Okay, we'll move on to our next agenda item, approval of agenda.
Motion.
Second. Second. Approve the agenda?
Yeah.
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Poyer, second by Councilwoman Ruha Weston. Oh, we do. Oh, we do. Okay, we do have 2/3. E and BD.
Oh, for that loan?
No, for the motor fuels purchase?
No.
No.
No? Motor fuels purchase?
We signed.
Thank you. Okay, so what's,
They're discussing the 2/3 item for the motor fuels purchase.
it didn't make the 2/3. Okay, so we're gonna run the vote. Secretary?
I got the motion. 10:39.
Okay, recognize Councilman Cross at 10:39.
Jeremy Rosales,
Yes.
Beef Randall,
Yeah.
Tyler Thunderman,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Elaine Little Thunder.
What's the motion on?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Good.
Troy Little,
Yes.
David Poyer,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
David Kelly,
Yes.
Julian Spotted Bear,
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald Sr.,
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Sr.,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yep. Yes.
Sixteen unanimous, motion carried. Okay, moving on to the next agenda item, Law and Order Committee. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to the chair.
Thank you, Chairman. The first item in law and order is selection of chief judge. Do we have Laurel Ironclad online?
Yes, here.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to all.
Good morning. So this morning, you're the first item on our agenda through law and order, and it's the selection or interview for the chief judge position.
Correct.
Okay, so you're aware of this and are ready for interview and questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Would you like me to do a brief introduction?
Yes, please.
I'm Bette Washte Chichapi, Nachante Washte Nape Chizapi, Pehi Sapawi Amachiapi. My English name is Laurel Ironclad. Midaki Api. I thank you all for this opportunity to speak here today. I recognize President Starkensau, the executive officers, all council members, and I appreciate also the ability to be heard by tribal members who are listening in. Opila. I apologize at this time for my elders. I apologize to my elders for speaking before them, but I would like to share briefly some information to let everybody know who I am. Is that okay with council?
Yes.
My parents are Eileen Ironcloud and Dr. Paul Robertson, and my Becca is the late Eddie Ironcloud, and my Uchi is the late Mary Locke Ironcloud. Through them, I carry both Lakota blood and Crow blood. On my paternal side, I am the daughter of Willie Hendricks and the granddaughter of Thelma and Londell Hendricks. I am an enrolled member of our Oglala Sioux tribe, excuse me, and I'm from the Mila Yatapika Tioshpaye, the Nine Chief community, raised primarily in Kahesite district. As a young child, actually, we lived in Pine Ridge up until late 70s. We moved from Pine Ridge to Porcupine, where I attended Our Lady of Lourdes School for elementary, K through 8, and then I went on to go to school, attend and graduate from Red Cloud High School. I see some of my classmates there in the, graduated from Red Cloud High School before going off to Washington, D.C., where I attended Georgetown University and graduated there with my bachelor's. From there, I went to the University of Colorado School of Law in Boulder, Colorado, where I earned my Juris Doctor. I'm a licensed attorney, licensed to practice law in South Dakota, certified there to practice law. I've been a lawyer well over 25 years now. I have experience in practicing before tribal courts, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Court immediately after coming out of law school. I've sat on the bench as a juvenile family court judge. I have experience going around the country and evaluating and providing technical assistance to tribal courts across the country. And I've been most recently been practicing, I practiced law early on, went to sit on the bench as a judge, and most recently have been working for the federal government in supporting tribal communities in a variety of ways, whether it be in judicial systems or just overall tribal development, assisting with tribes in their foundations. So with that, I recognize the time is of the essence. I'm open for questions. I know you all probably have my resume in front of you. I am here. Again, thank you all. Thank you all, and thank you for the listeners. I see Keely and the YouTube viewers. Happy to be here.
Thank you, Ms. Ironcloud. I just want to apologize, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Lyle Weston. I'm the chair of Law and Order, and I just want to say you did quite a bit of accomplishments there, because I remember you from Red Cloud. You know, I graduated a year or two above you, but you know, I still recognize you, and it's good to see you come back around full circle here, and possibly being our chief judge. But
thank you.
Yeah, I have a few questions for you. If we can start the interview process, and then I'll turn it over to counsel here. What is sovereign immunity?
Sovereign immunity is the legal construct that protects tribes, protects tribal government when the tribe is acting in its formal as a nation. When you're acting as a nation, you're protected legally.
Okay. When is sovereign immunity waived?
Well, it can be waived in a variety of ways. It can be waived in contractually, but there is, when a person or when a tribal, for example, a tribal council member acts outside of his or her duties, that's when an argument can be made that sovereign immunity is waived.
Okay,
That's just an example. It's very complex and nuanced, and but I just give that as a very basic, simple answer.
okay. What is due process?
Due process is the concept is that a person or an entity has a right to be heard, and in due process, it's a right to notice, to be, if I come before a court, the proceedings should not go forward without me being provided notice, and all of my rights to be heard are all encompassed in that due process.
Okay. What is ex parte and when is it allowed?
Our code says that it is not allowed. The code says it's not allowed. And ex parte is having conversations about a matter with one side when the other litigants are not participating. So an example of that is if there is a custody case going on, and one side or one person that's representing themselves comes to the judge and wants to speak to the judge on a matter without the other side present. So it's outside of the judicial process.
Thank you. When does the Indian Child Welfare Act apply?
The Indian Child Welfare Act applies, again, that it's very nuanced. It does not apply to just your standard custody fights. It does, however, apply when there are children removed from the removed from homes. It would, the ICWA terms would apply to how placements are done, and it is the states have an obligation to follow the rules and the laws of the Indian Child Welfare Act. It gives a whole outline of where, how and where children should be placed, a prioritization of placement. That's a part of ICWA.
Okay, thank you. One last question for me, and then I'll turn it over to the council here if they have any questions for you. When should a judge recuse themselves from a case?
A judge should recuse themselves when there is a conflict, more specifically, even if there is just an appearance of a conflict. If there's any kind of impropriety, it's called in our code, or the appearance of such, then that judge has an obligation to step back on that and not hear that case.
Okay, thank you. And at this time, I'll open it up to the council here for any questions. So, go ahead.
Councilman, I believe it was Councilman Poyer, then
Okay.
Raymond.
Good morning.
Also would like to recognize Councilman Little White Man at 10:48.
Good morning, everybody. I guess my question, a salary was set. What, can we say that on the air? Or has the salary been
We haven't
adopted?
done negotiation yet.
So I guess my question, go ahead. Was you gonna answer something?
Oh, it was my understanding that a salary would not be discussed until after
Okay,
this process. That's what I've been told.
okay. But my question is, when can you start?
That would be, so I'm currently still working. That would be something that I would need to take I don't want to be, I did not want to be presumptuous, and I don't want to be presumptuous, assuming that my selection is a foregone conclusion, so I have not made any provisions or plans. So I did not jump in front, so I cannot answer that question until we discuss terms, if we get to that point.
So, when's the term of, how long is the term gonna last? I mean,
Till the end of ours,
till next,
November.
about a year from now. So, just to make you aware that it's only for 1 year, I guess. That's all I have. I'll make the motion to approve and move on. Thank you.
Councilman Greenwald.
Thank you, Chair. So, I'm hoping that you do come back, and I hope that we can come up to an agreement. One of the things, Laurel, is that we haven't had a chief judge in so long, that there's so many things that are backed up in our court that require juris doctorates, and it's important for us to find somebody, and knowing that you're from here brings comfort to my heart, because I know that you coming back home and doing full circle will be probably something that you probably always envisioned in your heart and your mind through your career in the federal services, to be able to come back and retire and come work for your people. So there isn't any other job that is more important than our chief judge at this time. There's so many things with our children and businesses and different things that are waiting for our chief judge and actual supervision over our other judges that will be under you, so if you take the job. So I think I did everything in high school that I could think of to terrorize you and prepare you for this moment. But I'll second Gaby's motion.
Okay, so we got a motion and a second. I also would like to just add, in the first administration, Laura, and this is President Starr comes out. Good morning, Laura.
Good morning.
And she was very active when it comes to tribal nations up there in Washington, and she advocated and voiced for us and reached out to the tribes. So I wanted to say, you were very helpful in your position during the Biden administration, reaching out to the tribes, which I thought it was great for tribal nations that had a lot of questions. So I want to say thank you for your advocacy for all the tribal nations across this country. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead.
I know there's a motion on the floor, but I just had a question, kind of out of curiosity. This is Councilman Standing Soldier from Lakeview District. You work for some pretty powerful organizations in Washington, D.C. that basically have oversight or try and work alongside the Native Americans. And under one of your bullet points, you're an expert in self-determination and self-governance. And the reason I'm asking is because a government has to have a very strong court system to succeed. And this will probably be the last time I can talk to you because of separation of power. And I'm just wondering what your stance on self-governance is, coming from all the different areas in Washington, D.C. What are they saying?
Right. So There are tribes that have self-governance and it works for them. But I have yet to see a tribe where, or a group of tribes where it's cookie cutter and everything is the same. So what works for one tribe is not necessarily going to work for a tribe that's maybe even in the same locale. It's all about governance structure, it's all about history, it's all about whether or not a tribe is a treaty tribe or not, whether, there's just so many things to consider. And like I said, look, it may work wonderfully for one tribe, it may not be for another tribe, self-governance, the process. It just, that's all I really can say, because different programs work well for different tribes for a variety of reasons. There might be self-governance for a really small tribe where they don't have such a huge responsibility for their numbers of people living in their area or numbers of enrolled members. It's just a matter of what the circumstances are surrounding that particular tribe. But yeah, there's a very vocal tribes or tribes of leaders that are very vocal and have a very loud voice, and self-governance seems to work very well for them.
Okay. Secretary, call for the vote.
Chair first.
You have to read the.
Okay, we have a question, go ahead.
Is there a resolution?
Yeah, we're gonna read it next.
Because we don't have it. And I think that date, when the election needs to be in that resolution, I mean, maybe it is, I didn't see it. Yeah.
I have a question for council if it's appropriate.
Yes, go ahead.
Timing-wise.
Go ahead.
So, I do understand that, when the announcement went out for this, that it was to finish up the term of the last chief judge. And I looked in the code and I did not see, I only saw language that said a term, the chief judge terms are 4 years. Is there any, I asked the council if there is support for me to come into this position, is there any legal reason why I could not start my own 4-year term?
We got attorney can answer that now.
Hi, Laurel. It's Rayanne.
Hi, Ryan.
The election code provides for the election of a chief judge for every 4 years. So you're finishing out a 4-year term that was from an elected position. So that's by ordinance. And you would be free to run for election in the next election, upcoming election. So if you were to do that and get elected, then you would have a 4-year term. But the Constitution just provides for filling the term for the chief judge by appointment when there's a vacancy. So that's where it comes from.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I can read it. Resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe appointing Laurel Ironclad JD to fill vacancy of Chief Judge for the Oglala Sioux Tribal Court for the remaining unexpired term upon the election and seating of a Chief Judge in November 2026. Skipping down to the fourth whereas. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribal Court has a vacancy for chief judge, and tribal council has advertised to fill the vacancy and has received a letter of intent from Laurel Ironclad, a law-trained attorney who meets all qualifications and requirements to fill the vacancy. And whereas the OST Law and Order Committee has reviewed the qualification and vetted the applicant and recommends to the tribal council the selection and appointment of Laurel Ironclad to fill the vacant position of chief judge for the remaining unexpired term. Now therefore be it resolved that the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council does hereby select and appoint Laurel Ironclad, attorney at law, to serve as chief judge for the Oglala Sioux Tribe for the remaining unexpired term ending upon the election and seating of a chief judge in November 2026. And be it further resolved, compensation for chief judge will be as budgeted and shall not be decreased during the term of appointment. Certification, motion. Oh, you have a motion.
Okay, Secretary, call for the vote.
One thing that I didn't put in there is pending the negotiated contract. Do you want me to add that in there? Okay.
Oh, is that good with the motion makers?
Yes, it is, but who's gonna negotiate?
Law and order.
Just so we're clear.
Law and order?
Okay.
Bring it back to our committee.
All right.
Okay, call for the vote.
Jeremy Rosales,
Yes.
Steve Randall,
Yes.
Tyler Lunderman,
Abstain.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston,
Abstain.
Blaine Little Thunder,
Yeah.
Troy Little,
Yes.
David Poyer,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
David Kelly,
Yes.
Jillian Spotted Bear,
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald Sr.,
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Sr.,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes.
Anna Halverson,
Abstain.
Fourteen yes, 3 abstain, motion carried.
Check.
Oakville Council.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilman
Are you
Poyer.
gonna pick up these resumes or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, Ms. Ironclad, and welcome to your OST. Also, again, you know, I'd like to mention that, you know, their advocacy on a national level, it was great to see those, our own tribal members advocating for us up there, which is great because, you know, they stand out for us and they bring good leadership to the table. So I just want to say again, welcome aboard.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Oakville.
Sure, one real quick, please.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I should log off now.
Laura, real quick. So hopefully we'll see you soon. We get you negotiated, get you on. I see your mom sitting over here. And she's gonna be preparing all the signs and stuff that are gonna be put all across the reservation to get you elected back in there in November of next year, so. I'll be willing to help you too, so. I'll advocate for you and get you out there, make up signs. You can put them in my yard too.
All right, hold you to it.
Laura, are you in there?
Sure. Go ahead.
If I could, say a few things here, council, congratulations to Laurel Ironclad She's my niece, and Mr. Richard Greenwald mentioned her mother, which she's in the crowd here. And she didn't want to be recognized, but I want to recognize her efforts. She worked for the tribe here. She was the secretary. She works in HR. She was a council. She worked on the council. And also she worked at OLC. So very proud of my sister. She did a lot of work here for the Oglala tribe. And there's a lot of people across this reservation that really did a lot of work for this tribe. So I just wanted to say that, mention that, honor all of this people that did it, and especially those past council people, past secretaries, all the people out there voting like.
Yes, go ahead, Councilor Shu.
Yeah, I just want to say that also kind of deal what relative said, Mr. Arnott. I have to abstain because, you know, I am related to Ms. Ironclad, Laurel, and I know she's going to do a good job. And just want to say that she's done a lot for, you know, a lot of the tribes and where she's sitting at right now, working in DC. But I just want to wish her well. I know that we really do need a chief judge. And so I'm really glad that, you know, she's going to come on board and work with the tribe in helping us in the court. And so just want to recognize her mother, my cousin, Ms. Ironclad, Eileen, and just want to say she's also done a lot of good work. I worked for her in the college when she ran the graduate program. I think it was managers as warriors, and today it changed to tribal leadership. But she's also done some good work there, so I just want to recognize her too today, and you know, say it's really good to see her. And just want to say, you know, hope you come on board soon, Laura. Thank you.
I hope to be able to. Hope you will.
Okay. Again, thank you. Let's recognize Councilman Still at 11:08. Okay, so we're going to move on to our next agenda item.
Okay, item number 2, this is the ordinance for the Inspector General. And it reads, ordinance of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe establishing an office of Inspector General for the Oglala Sioux Tribe. Skip it down to the 4th whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe has been harmed by individuals who have not adhered to laws, regulations, and policies for the management of tribal funds. And whereas it is in the best interest of the tribe to establish a tribal position for an Inspector General for the purposes of promoting fiscal management in compliance with the laws, regulations, and policies to monitor and investigate programs and tribal entities to help prevent waste, fraud, and abuse. And whereas having a tribal Inspector General will help improve tribal fiscal management and help prevent waste, fraud, and abuse within tribal government programs and tribally owned businesses and chartered organizations. And whereas the position of the OST's Inspector General shall be a merit position under the supervision and disciplinary authority of the OST Attorney General, and whereas the OST Law and Order Committee has reviewed the matter and recommends the approval by Tribal Council for the establishment of a position for an Inspector General and approve the position description. Now therefore be it ordained that the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council does hereby approve and establish the position of Inspector General for the tribe as provided for in the attached position description, and be it further ordained, the tribe's Inspector General shall have full review access to any bank accounts of the tribal program, tribal charter, or tribal entity. And be it further ordained, the position of Inspector General shall be a merit position subject to the tribe's personnel policies and procedures manual and funded from the OST General Fund. And be it further ordained that any proposed changes to the position description hereinafter shall be approved by the OST Law and Order Committee. Certification, motion.
Motion by Councilman Weston, second by Councilman Stanley Soldier.
Just a quick,
Question?
yes, I do have just a real quick comment. I think when we talked about this position in law and order with, or the finance committee, we did talk with Michelle from the HR. And what we would like to see is that when they do put the hiring panel together, that she recommended that maybe getting some attorneys or some people with legal background to interview this position. So I just want to make sure that we'll be a part of the hiring process when they do interview this position. So, but that was her recommendation, so I just, if she's listening, I just want to make sure we get that part, done. Thank you.
Okay. Call for the vote.
Jeremy Rosales,
Yes.
Dave Randall,
Yeah.
Tyler Bunderman,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Blaine Little Thunder,
Yeah.
Troy Little,
Yes.
David Poyer,
Yeah.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
David Kelly,
No.
Julian Spotted Bear,
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald Senior,
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Senior,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes.
Garfield Steele,
Yep.
Anna Halverson.
Yes.
Seventeen yes, one no, motion carried. Councilman Munger, you got a question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. At this time, I would like to ask if we could give the floor to my Unchi Eileen, one of the elders in the Porcupine District. I'd like to give her the floor at this time. Thank you.
Okay.
I just would like to, I guess, thank you for your support for the Chief Judge. And I know that it's a really big challenge, a major challenge here. I've seen that happen over the years, working with children, working with folks, with people, and even having to go into the court myself to support people. And so, in a way, I was, had mixed feelings when she said she was going to submit a letter of intent. And it's just Ina, the mother in me, that hated to see her go that way, because it is a very political position also. It can be, but it doesn't have to be that way either. But I wanted to say wokila to all of you, because there has to be a lot of work done there. But what I'm here today for is to also say wokila to the council, the finance committee, for supporting the Knife Chief Buffalo Nation Society, Generations Indigenous Ways, Thunder Valley. These are nonprofits that work together, and every summer we provide a healing camp in the Black Hills. If we can raise enough money, we do that. And what we're seeing over the last 12, 15 years is that we have a lot of children who really need a lot of strong support, a lot of healing through, whether it be through traditional Western ways of counseling, or the our own Lakota traditional ways, and for them to blend it together has really helped a lot of our children. And we see that. And one of the things that happened last summer is that a group of the elders were there, and I'm in that category. We're raising our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren, meaning that we have guardianship. And for whatever reasons, our children, as parents, are really, really struggling in their own ways. And so it falls on us. So a group of us got together, and what came out of that meeting was that we need to have our own elders healing camp, because there's so many things that we don't know that our children, our grandchildren, and great-grandchildren are facing. What kind of drugs that are out there, you know, and where do we go for help? Who do we call? Who's going to really support us when somebody comes in and takes our children and they don't tell us where those children are going? Or, you know, there's a lot of issues, and I know that you're all aware of this that's going on there. But I know what school where my grandson goes. He's going to be 14 years old pretty soon. And the principal told me, and this was about a year and a half ago, 80% of the children in that elementary school were being raised by their grandchildren or by their grandparents. 80%. And another school here in the area, another one. It's about that high or even higher in the number. Over in another area of our reservation, I spoke to a counselor, and she said the children that she works with, the children that they see, again, they're with their grandparents or great-grandparents. And there's a lot of resources that we're not aware of, or maybe there are no resources. And how do we do this? How do we even pick up the phone and say, where are we going to, who do we call for help? You know, and a lady told me, she said, I came to the school and they picked up my grandson and he didn't come back from school. I called around finally, I looked around finally, and finally they told me that he was at JVC. And then they wouldn't tell me why. He sat there for 4 days. You know, and that, when we talk about due process, we talk about violation of rights. Those children, our tapojas, our everybody, we have rights. And who is out there really fighting for those children too, and for the grandparents that, with us who have them? You know, and so what we're doing is we have a planning meeting this summer, and this was at Camp Mount Marshall of the elders. We took our grandchildren there, and so we're having a second meeting, and I wanted to inform you all about this. And while I have to be on the radio, I'll share this too. On Thursday, November 20th at Piaui 20, at the multi-purpose building there, we're going to have a meeting from beginning 10 o'clock. And I'm looking to really invite to, especially the boarding school survivors. And I'll share that that's what I went through too. I'm a boarding school survivor from a religious school. And there, I see some of my classmates, and a lot of my classmates are gone now, have passed on, but we've shared our struggles in our life, you know, and there are many things that other people have shared with me too. Some women said, we did not get to go through the womanhood ceremony. Another man said, we didn't do the manhood ceremony. We didn't learn these ways. We were taught to be ashamed of our identity, of who we were. So there is a lot of elders carrying these matters. And so they said, well, our children are learning these things. There's a lot of organizations and schools that are helping our children today. But they're learning things that I didn't learn. So how do I connect with them? You know, and so what they told us at the meeting, at the first planning meeting, we want to be able to learn how to do things that, that are our cultural ways too. We could take our children and we could drop them off someplace or sit there behind them and support them, but we never had that chance. And they talked about the healing, personal healing that they had to go through or are still on. So on Thursday, again, November 20th, at 10 o'clock at the multipurpose building in Bakiawichoni, 3 Mile Creek. We're going to have a meeting there. And this is what we want to share. We want to get together because if there was ever a meeting on this reservation of really talking to each other like boarding school survivors, then I think it's time because we are responsible for our grandchildren. You know, and I know that Red Cloud School had several meetings. I went to one of them. But I think for us to really sit down and talk to each other and help ourselves. And I want to be, I'll be gathering information about, like people say, well, who do I call at court? Who's an advocate? How much do they cost? All of these things, you know, so just providing a list of advocates from the tribal court would be really helpful. You know, and so there's a lot of information like special education, they ask IEPs, the individual education plan. We don't understand, they say. And they take our children and they do this or that. Or somebody's recommending that they take medicine because they have ADHD or they're diagnosed with something else, you know. And so there's a lot of things that we don't know. And so we're coming together and we're hoping to provide some information, and we've been planning this, and I want to also say, give thanks to Toja Ruth Cedarface. She's been helping with the planning. She works at Little One School, and also to Stephanie Tuco from Kyle. Toja Stephanie, she's been helping too. So we're going to be doing this, and so if you have time, I know you're all very busy, but stop in just for a little while. Listen to what people are saying out there, you know. And so I wanted to, but we'll be getting notices out also on this. And so again, I want to give thanks to you all. And you have a very, I listen sometimes when I'm able to. It's amazing what you all have to contend with, you know. And so just big thanks for what you're doing, and we want to make this a better place, a safe place for all of us to live. We want to give our children, our grandchildren, great-grandchildren hope that this is going to be a better place.
That's it, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, so the third item on Law and Order Committee is the OST Chief of Police. In your packets there, the one that has the IG Inspector General resolution, the second page from the back, there's a 90-day notice that Ms. Means put in to the tribe. And I want to ask Rianne to help me with this one. Oh, request executive for this one.
Okay. Motion by Councilman Weston, second by Councilman Longeray. Secretary, call for the vote.
I'll vote yes on that.
Jeremy Rosales,
Yes.
Beef Randall,
Yes.
Tyler Lunderman,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Blaine Little Thunder, Troy Little,
Yes.
David Poyer, David Poyer,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
David Kelly, Jillian Spotted Peck,
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier, votes yes. Richard Greenwald Senior, Ryan Jumping Eagle Senior,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes.
Garfield Steele, Anna Halverson. No.
Sixteen
Yes. Yeah.
Secretary, call for a vote.
Jeremy Rosales,
Yes.
Beef Randall,
Yeah.
Tyler Lunderman,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Blaine Little Thunder,
Good.
Troy Little,
Yes.
David Poyer,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
David Kelly,
Yes.
Julian Spotted Bear,
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald Sr.,
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Sr.,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
James Cross, Garfield Steele,
Yep.
Anna Halverson,
No.
Seventeen yes, one no, motion carried. Councilwoman Helverson, you had a question?
Just a comment on this issue, if that's okay. I just wanted to state that it's really unfortunate that Danielle had put in a letter of resignation. You know, I stand in support of Danielle Means. She was a chief of police for our tribe for such a short amount of time. And I remember the day she was elected and voted in to fulfill the job of a chief of police for our tribe. And she was very determined to do the right thing. You know, she carried her duties with courage and the people's safety on front line. And as a woman, she addressed the issues that go unseen in public safety. You know, she was brave for speaking her truth and doing the right thing and was met with retaliation. But today, I honor her for walking that hard road. Since placing her in the chief of police position, I saw as a leader arrests being across this reservation with drugs confiscated. Just her determination to bring our tribe to safety. And I stand in support of all the women who lead with courage and for taking actions. You know, she took some actions and was met with acclaim from a team of individuals who went a year before filing against her with the IA claim. You know, for my question, why did it take those individuals a year before they filed against her only after she was doing the right thing? You know, the chief of staff, John Long, addressed this issue, and Danielle unfortunately filed her resignation. But I'd just like to say thank you, Danielle, for your dedication to this tribe and what you did, and it's not forgotten. And thank you for having courage and bravery. Thank you.
Councilman Still.
So, moving forward, do we advertise, right? Do we make a motion to advertise? Can we do that? I'll give a motion that we advertise for, what, 30 days? Is that enough time, everybody?
Until Bill?
Come.
Advertise, well, we need to put a date on it so it comes back. I don't wanna say till filled, because then I could take forever. I think we should advertise, what's our normal length, Madam Secretary?
It's usually 30 days.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we advertise for 30 days and then we bring back the applicants for interview selection.
Okay, motion by Councilman Still. You had a question, Councilman Greenwald?
Yeah, Garth, can we maybe add in there to send the issue of merit versus contract to law and order in the middle of all the advertising? But, you know, this position used to be a merit position before. It only became a contract when Robert had feet out in there, and then it kind of went from after to after to after. But I think a simple discussion, it should only take one meeting if we want to go back to merit or leave a contract. But I think there's some positives to have it being a merited employee as well. So I'm with you on that. But I'd like to have a discussion, at least a discussion about it, law and order.
Do you want to hold off on the advertising for a week and discuss it at the next law and order?
But I was gonna say, yeah, I don't think that needs to be included in the motion. I think that could just happen in law and order, and then my motion still stands just to advertise.
I guess it would depend on the advertisement, because I know they'll advertise it as a merit position or a contract position or a political position.
I'd say a merit position.
We recognize Councilman Goldspear at 12:06.
Mr. President, the chair said we could bring it up in law and order while it's being advertised at our next law and order meeting. So I'm okay with that.
So when the advertisement goes out, it usually states whether it's.
Well, I was gonna rescind my motion and allow for that discussion in law and order, then they could determine whether it be merit or a contract.
Okay, so maybe the motion could be to.
My motion,
Order issue that, or do the advertisement.
well, normally that's what we used to do, so that's where the advertisements came from.
Okay.
Do we need to make a motion that we are to keep our temporary chief in there until, or does that other action still stand?
What was the other action?
Well, I think with the current situation and the termination of the chief, I'll make that motion that we continue to have our temporary appointment in that position until it's filled.
I'll second that.
Leanne, that was through chief of staff. The chief of staff appointed it.
Yeah.
But we ratified that selection, so we might as well just stick with it, because we took action to ratify his appointment. So my motion that we continue to have that temporary appointment with Mr. Ivor Droigo until it's advertised and filmed.
Okay. So you rescinded your first motion, now you have, okay, so you motioned again, we got a second by Councilman Greenwald and Councilman Rosales. Oh, you second, okay. Councilwoman Halverson.
Thank you. There's a recommendation in the group text on, not along the lines of Garfield's motion, but on how the advertisement and motion for the merit position should be held by our chief of staff. So after that, maybe somebody could take that motion.
Are you guys doing, making it a merit position?
I thought we
We're running along order.
Yeah, that's our,
So the chief of staff says to grant
we'll determine that non-order.
Yep, we determined that.
They can be exempt.
On the 19th?
Because this was last time we moved when they first submitted. We sent it to you. That was last year.
Resign.
HR, right? Sure, it was last year. Well, because it was those three, and then they didn't do selection, and he turned it back.
Yep. That's where we're gonna.
Everything will be ironed out. And, let's keep moving, Chair.
I don't know, did I say something wrong in my motion, or?
No, we're just having a little discussion up here. But I do like that sense of urgency. Secretary, call for the vote.
Jeremy Rosales?
Yes.
Big Randall?
Yes.
Tyler Lunderman?
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston? Blaine Little Thunder?
Good.
Troy Little?
Yes.
David Poyer?
Yes.
Craig Dillon?
Yes.
David Kelly?
Yes.
Jillian Spotted Bear?
Yes.
Norman Stunning Soldier?
Yes.
Richard Greenwald Senior?
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Senior?
Yes.
Lyle Weston?
Yes.
Bo Little White Man?
Yes.
Donner Ghost Bear?
Yeah.
James Cross?
Yes.
Garfield Steele?
Yep.
Anna Halverson?
Yes.
$19 yes, unanimous, motion carried.
Thank you, Chair, that's all for law and order.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to Finance Committee. At this time, I'll turn it over to the chair.
Thank you, President. Is the treasurer online?
You need her for the cool one.
Oh, this is a coalition, okay. I'll start with number one. So law and order has 3 items. Finance has 3 items. I'll read the first resolution. Resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, an unincorporated tribe. Resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe in support of withdrawing from membership of the Coalition of Large Tribes, COLT. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe is a sovereign tribal nation that has entered into treaties as the supreme law of the land with the United States government pursuant to the U.S. Constitution, Article 6, and is a signatory to the Treaty of Fort Laramie of 1851, 1 Stat 749, September 17, 1851, and the Treaty of Fort Laramie of 1868, 15 Stat 635, April 29, 1868, and continues the nation-to-nation relationship with the federal government. And whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe organized under Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 U.S.C. subsection 5123, by adopting a federally approved constitution and bylaws, and under Article 3 of the Tribal Constitution, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council is the governing body of the tribe. And whereas Article 4, Sections 1F, 1K, 1M, and 1W empower the Tribal Council to manage the economic affairs of the tribe, protect and preserve the property of the tribe, adopt laws governing the conduct of persons on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, and adopt laws protecting and promoting the health and general welfare of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its membership. And whereas President Starr comes out has participated in COLT on behalf of the OST and has observed that COLT's priorities and messaging have been focused on promoting self-governance and failed to adequately advocate for the tribes that remain engaged in direct services or prioritize treaty issues. And whereas COLT's messaging has been increasingly aligned with the current presidential administration, and COLT strategies and messaging have failed to adequately confront the injustices of the current administration. And whereas, at a committee meeting on October 23rd, 2025, the Finance Committee reviewed the letter of withdrawal and now recommends approval of withdrawal from Colt, and also approves to send a letter outlining the reasons for withdrawal. Now therefore be it resolved that the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council hereby approves that the Oglala Sioux Tribe withdraws its membership from Colt, and to send a letter outlining the reasons for withdrawal. And be it further resolved that the tribal president, or in his absence, the vice president, is hereby authorized to sign any documents necessary to effectuate this resolution. Certification.
Chair, is it possible to read the statement letter?
Yes. Statement from the Oglala Sioux Tribe. This letter is this the letter that's going to be mailed to the Colt? Statement from the Oglala Sioux Tribe regarding withdrawal from the Coalition of Large Tribes. The Oglala Sioux Tribe formally withdraws its membership from the Coalition of Large Tribes, COLT. This decision is not made lightly. It reflects the tribe's deep concern that COLT no longer represents the full spectrum of the tribal interests, particularly those of direct service tribes who do not engage in self-governance. The tribe remains committed to ensuring that the United States fulfills its treaty and trust obligations, including the provisions of adequate funding and services for direct service tribes. These obligations are not optional, and they must not be overshadowed by policy preferences or political trends. COLT's recent lack of communication and updates has further eroded trust. The absence of transparency and meaningful engagement leaves the tribe without a clear understanding of how its interests are being represented, or if they are being represented at all. Moreover, the coalition's message and priorities appear increasingly aligned with the current presidential administration, whose actions have repeatedly disrespected tribal sovereignty, undermined treaty rights, and ignored the lives, realities of tribal citizens. These actions are not just policy missteps, they are deliberate affronts to the political status and values of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. The tribe will not remain silent or complicit. Advocacy in Washington, D.C. must be bold, unapologetic, and rooted in truth. It must confront injustice head-on, not explain it away or soften its impact for the sake of access or diplomacy. Until COLT can demonstrate a clear and equal commitment to direct service advocacy, and until it is willing to publicly challenge the administration's harmful actions and the complicity of the Congress, the Oglala Sioux Tribe cannot continue its affiliation. We will continue to speak for ourselves, stand with our people, and demand accountability from those who claim to represent us. The Oglala Sioux Tribe calls on other large land-based tribal treaty nations to join us in this stand. Our strength lies in unity, not in selective representation or silence. We must reject reliance on intermediaries who interpret our issues through narrow lenses. Advocacy for treaty tribes must reflect the full diversity of tribal nations, including those who rely on direct services. Until that standard is met, the Oglala Sioux Tribe will chart its own course, grounded in our values, our sovereignty, and our responsibility to our people.
Okay. Motion.
Chair, President, I want to apologize. I don't, at this time, I don't support the resolution. From my standpoint, my belief is that if we step away from the COLT, the Coalition of Large Land-Based Tribes, how does that remove our voice from the table as they do push for self-governance, and that we don't provide our voice as to why we don't want self-governance or why we want this administration to work with us?
I'll motion.
One second.
Okay. Motion by Councilman Still, second by Councilman Randall.
What's the plan?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
No, first of all, I want to thank the president for bringing us to light. You know, this is something our chairman requested, and when we discussed this, you know, those those other tribes, they don't look out for the best interests of the Oglala tribe, nor do they care about our people. And we know the needs and the wants here. And I think with the strong leadership that we do have, you know, we can stand on our own if we have to. And, you know, everyone always looked to the Oglalas for our leadership. And I believe that if we continue to have this strong voice and strong leadership out there, others will follow. If that means doing what's best for our people, not what's best for these other tribes that you know, don't have the treaties and whatnot that we do. So, you know, Mr. Chair, you know, I do appreciate your stance on that and hope that, you know, and I do believe it would be the best interest for our tribe.
Thank you. Councilwoman Little, Weston.
You know, I just want to also thank our president for bringing this forward. I think some of us have attended COLT, and we've been representing the Oglala Sioux tribe at these meetings. And we do see what's being done and what's being said. And we have other tribes that are also concerned, and these are treaty tribes. And so, you know, I have to say that we've always stood alone at times, and we as tribal leaders need to be visible in Washington, D.C. It doesn't stop us from being in D.C. and doing what we need to do as the Oglala Sioux tribe, representing our tribe. We don't need to tag along with COLT or NCAI or any one of them. You know, we are a strong tribe, we're a large tribe, and I think a lot of the tribes look up to us in that way. So today, you know, I really think, and I'm hoping that when this letter is sent, that our COLT leadership will take a look at that. You know, I really think that, you know, we as the Oglala Sioux tribe can always stand together in unity with all the other tribes, but we need to always make sure that we're asserting our treaty obligations, the treaty rights that we have with the federal government. And I think that should not stop us from doing what needs to get done for our tribe. Thank you.
Councilwoman Spotted.
Thank you. And Chair, I think I just wanted, I don't know if anyone heard me, this is not to go against what you're asking. This is just, I wasn't there during the meeting, so I was not able to provide a voice to this conversation. I just feel that I would not want our voice to be removed from the table when discussing any type of governance, self-governance, treaty discussions, that we're still made very aware. I know that the last time I was in Washington, D.C., NCAI, there was a big push to get our voices heard. The second resolution I would support, the COLT is the one that supports large land-based tribes, and I know as a GAO representative, that's something that I've been advocating on as well for the Northern Plains, and that's something I've been advocating because we don't have enough representation, and I'd hate for us to lose that representation. And that's just my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. One thing I'd like to voice on this topic here real quick before we vote is, you know, we need to take a stand, and we need to take a stand now. This administration doesn't align with treaty tribes, and they pushed our sovereignty. And you see it right now with SNAP. You see it right now with law enforcement. That's why we're in court. You know, when are they going to start listening to us? When are they going to start hearing us out? Our treaty obligations are severely underfunded, under-resourced. So we need to make a change. We need to start standing up for what is right for our people. You know, lately, and I say this because when this administration started, it was very hard to navigate through when we go to these national meetings. And when we hear tribes leaning towards this administration, which is totally against our treaty obligations, it's not fair, it's not right, it's not right for our people. Our people die and suffer by what's going on. And we see it every day. Look at our streets, there's drugs, alcohol, there's violence, gunfire everywhere. And it's time they start paying attention to us. So this is why I took the stance, this is why we need to stand on that treaty. So, I could talk all day long about it, but we have a motion on the floor. Secretary, call for the vote.
Jeremy Rosales. Steve Randall.
Yeah.
Tyler Lunderman.
No.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston. Blaine Little Thunder.
Good.
Troy Little.
Yes.
David Poyer.
No.
Craig Dillon.
No.
David Kelly.
Yes.
Jillian Spotted Bear.
No.
Norman Standing Soldier.
Yes.
Richard Greenwald Sr.
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Sr.
Oh,
Lyle Weston.
Yes.
Bo Little White Man.
Yes.
John Red Ghost Bear.
Yes.
James Cross.
No.
Garfield Still.
yep.
Anna Halverson.
Yes.
George, you forgot, George.
Let's recognize Councilman Dreamer at 12:26.
George Dreamer.
Yes.
Fourteen yes, 6 no, motion carried.
Thank you, Chair. The second resolution. Laura's over here crying. Okay. Resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, an unincorporated tribe. Resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe in support of withdrawing from membership of the National Congress of American Indians. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe is a sovereign tribal nation that has entered into treaties as the supreme law of the land with the United States government pursuant to the U.S. Constitution, Article 6, and is a signatory to the Treaty of Fort Laramie of 1851, 1 Stat 749, September 17, 1851, and the Treaty of Fort Laramie of 1868, 15 Stat 635, April 29, 1868, and continues a nation-to-nation relationship with the federal government. And whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe, organized under Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 U.S.C. subsection 5123, by adopting a federally approved constitution and bylaws, and under Article 3 of the Tribal Constitution, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council is the governing body of the tribe. And whereas Article 4, Sections 1F, 1K, 1M, and 1W empower the tribal council to manage the economic affairs of the tribe, protect and preserve the property of the tribe, adopt laws governing the conduct of persons on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, and adopt laws protecting and promoting the health and general welfare of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its membership. And whereas President Starr comes out, has participated in NCAI on behalf of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and has observed that NCAI's priorities and messaging have been focused on promoting self-governance and failed to adequately advocate for the issues of treaty tribes that remain engaged in direct services or prioritize treaty issues. And whereas NCAI's voting structure does not adequately consider the population of each member tribe, which leads to inequity in the process of NCAI uses to determine priorities. And whereas at a committee meeting on October 23, 2025, the Finance Committee reviewed the letter of withdrawal and now recommends approval withdrawal from NCAI, and also approves to sending the letter outlining the reasons for withdrawal. Now therefore be it resolved that the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council hereby approves that the Oglala Sioux Tribe withdraws its membership from NCAI, and to send a letter outlining the reasons for withdrawal. And be it further resolved that the tribal president, in his absence, the vice president, is hereby authorized to sign any documents necessary to effectuate this resolution, certification, and motion, and I will read the letter. Dear President Macaro, on behalf of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, OST, the OST must at this time withdraw its membership from National Congress of Indians. The OST believes in the founding principles of NCAI of preserving tribe sovereign rights under treaties and federal law, and believes in seeking beneficial services and programs for tribal people in an equitable manner. OST is concerned that NCAI's structure does not allow for equitable consideration of the Oglala Sioux Tribe's interests. Until NCAI gives more weight to the population of each tribe in determining votes, the system cannot be equitable. This inequity has led to NCAI's advocacy weighing too heavily toward the interests of self-governance tribes at the expense of tribes who seek to hold the United States to its obligations under direct services. The current decision-making structure has also diminished the ability of NCAI to promote a collective understanding of tribes' rightful place in having a government-to-government relationship with the federal government. The Oglala Sioux Tribe has tried to engage with NCAI through its current structure in the hope that NCAI leadership will hear OST's concern, which OST believes mirror other tribes' concerns with the overall direction of NCAI. However, the leadership continues to refer OST to utilize a broken structure. The OST believes that NCAI is no longer a meaningful forum to bring forward the issues most important to OST, namely to ensure that the United States honors its treaty obligations to treaty tribes, including through direct service obligations. Further, it is critical to the OST that the message of NCAI not forget the vital importance of the spiritual and cultural connections that tribes have and need with their traditional homelands. NCAI's focus and advocacy has weighed far too heavily into and prioritized development of tribal lands for profit and sacred site protection and control over the land based on the tribal values has taken a back seat. OST demands true reparations by the United States for the destruction, damage, and theft of tribal homelands, and NCAI has lost its way in keeping that as a touchstone of tribal sovereignty. Until NCAI can demonstrate a clear and equal commitment to advocating for direct service, tribes and their interests, and reform its voting structure to provide true equity, the OST cannot continue its affiliation. We will continue to stand with our people and demand accountability from those who claim to represent us. The Oglala Sioux Tribe calls on other large land-based tribal treaty nations to join us in this stand. The Oglala Sioux Tribe will chart its own course, grounded in our values, sovereignty, and responsibility to our people.
Second.
Motion by Councilwoman Spotted, second by Councilman Weston. Call for the vote.
Jeremy Rosales,
Yes.
Lee Randall,
Yes.
Tyler Lunderman,
No.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Blaine Little Thunder,
Yes.
Troy Little,
Yes.
David Poyer,
No.
Craig Dillon,
No.
David Kelly,
Yes.
Jillian Spotted Bear,
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald Sr.,
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Sr.,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man. Donroy Ghost Bear,
Yes.
James Cross,
Move.
Garfield Steele,
Yep.
George Dreamer Jr.,
Yes.
Anna Halverson,
Yes.
15 yes, 4 no, 1 not voting, no motion carried. I just want to comment real quick that, even though we're not part of these organizations, we still need to keep track of what they're doing. And that's what I'll be doing, of course, sort of recounting, and see if there's any changes throughout this administration. Again, it is vital that, we stand our own, and we support each other as tribal nations. So, looking forward to working with other large tribes, treaty tribes, and pushing forward our agenda and issues. So thank you.
Thank you. Our third resolution. Resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, an unincorporated tribe. Resolution of the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe approving the contract with the project team to provide new market tax credit consulting. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe is a sovereign tribal nation that has entered into treaties as the supreme law of the land with the United States government pursuant to the U.S. Constitution, Article 6, and is a signatory to the Treaty of Fort Laramie of 1851, 1 Stat 749, September 17, 1851, and the Treaty of Fort Laramie of 1868, 15 Stat 635, April 29, 1868, and continues the nation-to-nation relationship with the federal government. And whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe organized under Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 U.S.C. subsection 5123, by adopting a federally approved constitution and bylaws, and under Article 3 of the Tribal Constitution, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council is the governing body of the tribe. And whereas Article 4, Sections 1F, 1K, 1M, and 1W empower the Tribal Council to manage the economic affairs of the tribe. Protect and preserve the property of the tribe, adopt laws governing the conduct of persons on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, and adopt laws protecting and promoting the health and general welfare of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its membership. And whereas the project team LLC current serves, can you correct that, Stacy? Serves as an owner's representative for Medicine Root, Porcupine, and Wounded Knee districts on their multi-purpose building projects. And whereas the project team has identified the possibility of additional funding for the multi-purpose buildings through a new market tax credit loan. And whereas the project team has presented a proposal to assist the OST in developing a new market tax credit proposal and ongoing compliance if the proposal is accepted and funded. And whereas the Finance Committee reviewed the proposal by the project team and recommends approval, now therefore be it resolved that the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council hereby approves and authorizes the professional services agreement with the project team, LLC. And be it further resolved that the tribal president, or in his absence, the vice president, is hereby authorized to sign any documents necessary to effectuate the Alpha 1 building project funding. Certification. Motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Spotted, second by Councilman Lunderman. Councilman Kelly.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not opposed to anything, but I do have some questions. This was a conversation I had on November 5th with a meeting with Terrell and the project team contractors. My question was, and still is, how many of our locals have been hired? And according to the conversation, all their positions are filled by outside workers. Only 2 local personnel have been hired. So I'm looking at it, we got 13 million plus leaving the reservation on dollars that needed to be circulated here. After visiting with Terrell, they're not really abiding by our own laws. We have a law that says 60% of the workers should be from this reservation, and it's not happening. So once again, my question is, what is the purpose of leveraging the buildings and what is going to be our return on the investment. You know, so far, I've asked for documents at a couple council meetings, and the last one at Eagle Nest I received, what we spent so far is about 1.7 million. And if you come to the community of Anderson, we have a slab, concrete slab sitting there. And it's been like that for well over 3 months. There's been no movement whatsoever. And so I asked the contractor, how many people are you gonna hire from our community? And he asked me to find 2 general laborers. You know, I kind of find that, you know, BS. We've got a lot of skilled people in the area. So I do find that a problem. I just had to put that on there for the record. I'm not real clear because the way I read the professional services agreement, it's more like an AIA contract, so. Thank you.
Councilman Lonergan and then Councilman Steele.
Thank you, Chairman. Marguerite Sokola, with the project team, she is online. Marguerite, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so I don't know if you heard Dave, but if there's any, if you want to respond to that, or, but go ahead.
Yeah, so what would you like to start with first? The tarot, the slab, or the new markets? What would you like me to address? There's kind of a lot in that question, so I want to make sure I'm hitting every point. I guess we could talk about tarot. First, well, I wasn't prepared to speak on that today, so I'm going to do my best to. I do have an OAC meeting currently with the contractor. We were aware that I was made aware that there was a meeting between Loeffler and Taro a couple weeks ago about the same issue you were mentioning. We are working on a strategy to hire more, Oglala tribal members to be on subcontractor as certified payroll through Taro, through our subcontractors. So they are currently working on revamping that and making sure we're hitting the right numbers. I would prefer to, maybe have like another meeting to discuss the specific issue, since it is kind of, something that needs probably broader discussion and involves also the contractor. Again, I was made aware of it. I do have a meeting with them during the same time slot, but I will bring it up again to try to figure out a way that we can come together to hire more people. It was never our intention to not be in compliance. And so we've been working really hard with the department to be able to do that. There also has been a lot of turnover within the department, so we're trying our best to keep up and inform everybody who's in new positions. I know I've been in contact with Philip and Dan, working through other tarot issues that we had previous here. Again, I wasn't aware that they were out of compliance until recently, and we did speak on trying to work together to be able to hire more people if it involves a job fair, if it involves a broader reach or looking through our current subcontractors. We're happy to do that. Again, this is just a thing that I've been made aware of recently, and I do think it involves a conversation with the contractor and probably a separate meeting if that's okay. And then on the slab issue, we did discuss this at the community meeting in October. I think it was October 21st we came out there. And what we're really facing right now is some structural issues. There was some non-conformance, which I did send to the council reps, regarding some anchor bolts and base plates. And so right now we're in kind of a situation with our structural engineer. We did hire another structural engineer from the construction team to be able to work through solutions of how to fix the problem without you losing the warranty, and then also ensuring that the shear loads of the building are properly accommodating the ACI building code. So really we're just in this kind of a little bit of a landlock between, a standstill rather, between the two engineering firms on what way to move forward. And so Loeffler has provided solutions and submittals in order for the engineer of record to review. And so it's gone back and forth a couple times. We're hoping that this is the last revise and resubmit. We talked to the engineering teams on Friday to be able to get a better timeline of how we need to move forward. Again, today I was hoping to talk to the team, both the architecture team and the construction management team on kind of a finer timeline. This is what we brought up to the community on the 20th, to just let them know that's kind of the issue. And we're trying to move quickly to find a solution, but again, we do need our engineer of record to sign off on it. And again, we've had several meetings in order to meet the requirements. And so it's just been a little bit of back and forth, but I know that it is an ideal situation, and I apologize firsthand for, not having things up, the structural still up the way we had planned. But again, it's really trying to make sure that we're doing our due diligence in order to ensure that the buildings are going to be safe and really be able to extend that warranty period to the district. So if anything, it's us trying to check all the boxes. It is inconvenient. It is not an ideal situation. We are, running into schedule issues. And again, those are things that I would like to talk to you more in private about, I guess, or a separate meeting, because, it's just things have been developing, and I'm hoping to know a little bit more today to be able to bring that to the community. I know people have been asking, and we've been trying to do our best to be as transparent in that regard, and unfortunately, I don't have the exact solution at the moment, but I know there is a community on the 20th, and we had hoped to be there to try to, hopefully right at that point present a solution and have a better understanding of the timeline.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Chair, I believe I still have the floor. Just a few questions for Marguerite with the project team, that I know maybe some of the council here wasn't at the last finance meeting, but there's some really crucial, I feel, questions that needs to be heard from the council, so they have more of kind of an understanding about these new market tax credits. So Marguerite, the project team will ensure the new market tax credits for the multi-purpose buildings will be in compliance, right?
Yeah, during the 7-year compliance period, we check in kind of usually right before submittals are due. We're in September in the fall. That's usually when the compliance period is, and so, we just make sure that, the building is functioning right. We'll work on your, community benefit, numbers, making sure that, we can understand who's being served, how the, program is being implemented. That's kind of it. It's mostly just a check-in point and a kind of formality to make sure that the loan is active. And then, whoever our CDC is with, they'll be involved in that process as well.
Okay, and Marguerite, the project team has experience in these new market tax credits and has never had any defaults, right?
Yes, that's true. Yeah, we have done this a few times, just as the project team, as individuals within the team. There have been more teams that we've been included. Like, for example, Sam Strong from Red Lake. They've done, I think, 15 new market tax credits. He's a partner in our organization. Jalessa Baria, we just are hired recently. He's from St. Regis Mohawk. He also has experience, working with the tribes and working through this process as well from a tribal standpoint. We also successfully leveraged about $2.5 million for the Red Lake Nation for their charter school project, where they had a construction gap. And then we work really closely with Travoy, who has a very strong track record. I don't know if they'll be the CDE, but we have been talking to them, just to kind of prime things up a little bit, and they're very interested, but they also have a pretty solid track record of, I think, about 35 projects that they've implemented or been a part of, and then 0 defaults on that. Again, it's really hard to default on the loan unless you just completely, I think, decide to not, adhere to the compliance period or change the use of the buildings to something that's not allowable, like, gaming or golf course or things of that nature. So again, it's pretty hard to default on these loans.
Okay, my other question is, Margaret, even if the project team isn't able to find any opportunities of new market tax credits for the buildings, there's no charge to the tribe, right?
Yeah, so if we can't get a term sheet or a CDE or an investor initially, then essentially we won't pursue the deal. We won't charge you for a consulting fee.
Okay, and those are the only questions that I have, and, you know, council, I just think that this is a great opportunity for our tribe, but, especially our districts. You know, this is additional funding that we could reach out for, and, you know, as long as things are in compliance, then, you know, everything will be good. And, but I just feel it's a great opportunity, so that's why it's here. Like I said, we could continue to utilize these tax credits and continue to build, for our tribe. And so they're kind of more up-to-date funding opportunities, so your support of this would be greatly appreciated. I know there was questions in the past if you know, the district heard, you know, my district did, you know, our executive board passed some minutes, or made a motion to support this new market tax credits. So it's a great opportunity. It's give it a chance. It's not gonna hurt. It's not gonna hurt to go out there and give them the opportunity. And if it works out, then good. If it don't, there's no charge for the tribe. But it's a great opportunity. And so, but looking on the positive note, you know, it's all about opportunity and economic development. And so, and Dave, I don't know, I mean, I don't want to go this route, but it seems like it's always been negative with you when it comes to this project. I don't understand why. I never see you at any of our meetings when we meet, but it seems you always have something negative to say. But I just encourage you to get involved. So that's all I have to say.
Councilman Steele.
Marguerite, does this obligate the tribe in any way or financially?
I mean, we would use basically the money that was spent on the buildings is the money that we use for the leverage loan, but it doesn't mean that they get the money, you get the building. That's just the money you spent on the building is what helps you access the new market tax credit. But they're not gonna require you to spend any money. All we would have to do is provide the financial statements that show that you have spent the money. So like the pay applications, our invoices, you know, bank statements from other consultants, basically, showing that money has been spent. You know, the 3.5 to 4.1 million on the buildings has been spent on the buildings, and that would be what we've used to show the banks and the investors that you know, there is a need because there's a funding gap due to some of the additional infrastructure upgrades that were required that weren't foreseen when we originally priced some of this. So. And
so this is just basically for the Wounded Knee, Porcupine, and Medicine District, correct?
Yeah, this initial round, just because we're kind of, you know, more familiar with the project as the owner's rep. But I mean, I think, you know, the idea would be that if we can successfully complete these projects and get these funded, that, you know, there is a lot of, that opens the door for other projects on the reservation. It doesn't have to necessarily be the multi-purpose buildings, it could be anything. You know, I know that in Medicine Group, for example, you know, they're looking into building a dialysis center. You know, I've seen other construction projects on the reservation. You know, like the daycare center. I know Wounded Knee is also building a school project. These this, you know, leveraging of the new market tax credits can really be used for a variety of projects. So, and there's no limit to the amounts you can do. The allocation periods kind of dictate the cycle, but essentially it happens every year, kind of around the fall time. So something that we're diving into a little bit more. It seems to be like a really great tool for tribes to utilize. It's a little bit different otherwise than standard lending. So, but it does create a lot of access to capital that I think a lot of you know, underprivileged communities, not just tribally but everywhere, are able to access to utilize in a variety of ways.
So, I was told by a school board member that, you know, they utilized, I think they got like $13 million from these same type of credits for the Lakota Tech School. And I see nothing but positive, you know, utilizing this to assist in our buildings. So I don't see how this could harm us, and if it does, in any way, I'd like to know, because, you know, to hear it's not good for our tribe, I would like to know how it's not good for our tribe, if there's anything that you could tell me.
I mean, not really. I guess there's always like the risk of defaulting, but again, I mean, it does take a lot to, essentially you have to kind of just kill the deal or blow off, you know, submitting or change the building to something that it wasn't an acceptable funding use. But other than that, it really isn't. I mean, there's, you know, it is a process that involves you know, tribal stakeholders. If anything, it's kind of a little bit of a time commitment, but we'll work with the tribe to help facilitate all of the calls and collect all the documentation. And so from our standpoint, a lot of the information has already kind of been passed through our hands for the building. So honestly, I can't really think of any danger other than the default. But again, that's extremely rare. And you really have to actively kind of decide against, you know, the compliance or, like I said, change the use of the building, which I don't foresee happening unless, you know, for whatever reason that would be it. And I think there would be kind of a clawback of whatever the loan would be, but that would be kind of the most.
And then the company that's going after the funding, they're the ones that are going to do the reporting, correct, for the 5 years?
Yeah, so we would
7
work
years.
with like the CDE, if it is a Travois, for example, you know, there's tons of CDEs all over the country that would be very interested, but yeah, like they would also help with the reporting and compliance as well, so it'd be kind of a 50-50 split, but yeah, so far it works pretty easily. What we do in Red Lake is, again, just kind of fill out you know, a couple forms, check in with the team, and that's really about it. You know, there is that compliance fee which we will bill for, which it was mentioned in the proposal and I think accounted for in the net benefit. And you know, we'll kind of have a better breakout once we get further along in discussions with the CD and how to organize it. I mean, there might be a little bit of complexity there, but obviously we'd come to the tribe and let them know what the best structure is for each of the buildings.
Okay. Just a reminder to cooks, they're saying food is cold.
Well, let's run the vote, Chair. Run the vote. Motion on the floor.
Hang on, we got a couple other questions here. Councilman Galveston.
Thank you. I have quite a bit of questions, but I guess my first question is going to be to the legal with our attorney. Have you looked within this proposal for any clauses, especially on our sovereign immunity or the payment or confidential agreements on this or termination of the contract?
I haven't, but Georgette sits on the committee and does that. So if she's on, can she speak to that?
Me?
I just want to ensure that as a tribe, we're not waiving our sovereign immunity as a tribe or any jurisdiction outside of this tribal court. So if she's on, or if we could get her online, because I have a lot of questions with this.
Yeah, and just, I don't want to speak on behalf of the legal, but the goal is really to preserve the tribe's sovereign immunity. So I think later when we get down into the details of it and how we kind of structure the deal and inform the public fee, that's kind of when that question of sovereign immunity would come up. But I think, we tend to work with CDEs that have a lot of tribal experience, so it shouldn't be an issue. No one's, by signing a contract with us, it is not waiving your sovereign immunity. That is definitely not in question. When we form the qualic fee and kind of structure that entity to receive the new market tax credits, then at that point, we would work with your legal team to make sure that that language is preserved and in there. So I don't see it actually being an issue to preserve that. We aren't asking for you to waive it. So at least that's my understanding at this point, and we wouldn't, again, we do want to preserve all we can in terms of the tribe's sovereign immunity. So that would be language that we would advocate for in the forming of the public fees. Again, you would work with your attorneys, and then the new market tax credit team to work all of that out.
You know, I guess without any legal representation knowledgeable on this, I just worry about like our tribe and our land and our asset and all the issues that we go into this type of contract. So until I myself, and I do attend the meetings, and I was part of the discussion that tabled this before, you know, there's a lot of concern that I see with this kind of issue coming forward. I also don't even see why our multi-purpose buildings would need additional assurances. You know, our building in Pass Creek District is pretty big compared to some of the buildings out there with adequate funding. But I would like to hear from legal myself.
I have Steve, the attorneys on, so I'm gonna let them answer. Go ahead, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm reassured by Marguerite's answer that the project team is not seeking a waiver of the tribe's sovereign immunity. I would recommend changing section 14.12 of the agreement to read, this agreement shall be governed by, construed, and enforced in accordance with the laws of the Oglala Sioux tribe. The parties agree to obey the laws and ordinances of the Oglala Sioux tribe and consent and submit to the civil jurisdiction of the Oglala Sioux tribal court, provided that nothing in this contract shall constitute a waiver of the sovereign immunity of the Oglala Sioux tribe, and to replace the existing language in section 14.12 with that language I just read.
Okay, Councilman Kelly.
Thank you. You know, in response to Mr. Lunderman, the very first thing that I said was I wasn't opposed to this. But please keep in mind, I'm not easily entertained by a shiny, dangling object in front of me. I've been doing this a long, long time. I've seen this tribe get hurt on numerous occasions. Hence, I've had questions. The questions that you responded to, you had to read from your phone. The questions that I derived come strictly from the document itself. So once again, what is going to be our return on investment? Because when I look back at the original document, there was a 2% processing fee, if I remember right. And I do have it highlighted, I just don't have the document with me. So once again, I'm not opposed to it, but let's reflect back onto another question that came up here a little bit earlier. Why just 3? Why not 9?
Honestly, just structuring a deal of that nature is much more complicated. And because we know exactly, we're familiar with what we've built, we have access to all of the financial documents, we've been working with the communities to establish it gives us a little bit of an edge. We're certainly happy to extend the service to the 9 districts, but essentially we wanted to kind of make sure we can do it with 3. It's not as easy to structure 9 buildings under one deal. It's much more complicated. So our initial idea was to start with these. And again, we're happy to look at things, you know, the following funding cycle for the other districts. But again, a lot of what we're dealing with, and especially in Medicine and Porcupine, are infrastructure upgrades. And so those things were not accounted for, and I don't know what it's like in the other districts or what you had to deal with. It's not quite apples to apples when you're comparing the sites, but we don't have enough water pressure. We don't have enough water supply. That affects our fire suppression system. Without a fire suppression system, I can't get occupancy. And so those things are unfortunate, things that we've had to deal with when we're building these buildings. There was a lot of site work also, that took away from, our ability to build a larger building or to build a more intensive program. So we're still actively value engineering in order to make sure that we can get to the finish line comfortably. And so there also has been a lot of back and forth with tariff fees, EPA fees and stuff. So we've been trying to really insulate ourselves the best we can to be able to cover all of our bases, cover all of the fees required. But it is unfortunate that, the sites that were chosen did not have adequate utilities to support the buildings. And I don't think that is quite fair for the communities that we're building in right now to not be able to at least try to fundraise more to be able to get them a building that's fully operational. And there's resolutions that were passed by the previous administration in regards to the fire suppression system, and we tried to be as transparent about those costs. We had tried to work through a couple different options with our engineering team in order to put the pump into the buildings. That wasn't going to work. So we're building a pump house, and the price of that is actually increased a lot. And again, it's a public safety issue. It's an issue of being able to provide emergency assistance in the building, which is incredibly important to, I think, everyone on this call, and especially important to the people that are building the building. And so that's why I'm asking. It's not because there's not enough per se. It's just because there's a lot of utility and infrastructure upgrades that I don't know if equally hit every district. And unfortunately, the sites we chose do require a lot of extra maintenance.
I'm glad you said one thing I heard completely was that it was the water pressure and it boiled down to the Ansel system inside the building. As a contractor, you should have taken a hydrologist and taken that into consideration, because there is a forced main 10-inch line that runs opposite of the road over there. That is sufficient pressure. But when you bid the project, that falls upon you. It shouldn't fall upon any district, because this is the bid that you put in. But it should be your responsibility.
Well, a lot of the utility information is not available. Like, if you go to Porcupine or Wounded Knee, that information was not available. I did not have access to that, so I could not adequately bid out the project.
Then you're not doing your job. That fell upon you, not the district. That's on you. When you bid the project, you bid it at this price.
Right, and things have formulated over the process, which is pretty normal. It's not my fault that there's not adequate water or water pressure. I think that's an issue that I think the tribe is dealing with in a lot of different areas. I'm sorry that we didn't account for all of it. We tried our best. We had an allowance. It exceeded that. I don't control the market either, or the administration and those impacts. So, a lot of it is out of my control. I'm not the one bidding it either. I'm happy to have a contracting team come and talk to you specifically about this issue, and we can have a larger, broader conversation about it. That's absolutely fine.
I'm done. Thank you.
Councilman Little Whitehead, no. Councilman Little Hawk West.
Yeah, I think everyone's hungry here, so I'm not gonna take too long, but, I'm just listening to what, the owner's rep, you're the owner's rep, right? Mr. Colon?
Yes, that is my role.
Yeah, and so when we approved, these projects, we selected 3 owners reps, one to take care of the central, eastern, and western side of the reservation on these projects. And I think that it's kind of concerning, because I'm hearing from one rep that's saying the project in his district has not even been fully built. And yet, we're going to add on some market tax credits to help with additional things that you see in that district. And I'm just kind of concerned about that, when it's even up yet. Or You know, our owner's rep for our district, Wakwami, and I'm sure he's listening, because we had to get on him over that too. And the following week, our building is, up. And we are working on it. And so I just can't understand how we can be approving this market tax credit for these 3 buildings. And because I understand what you're saying about all the things that came up after you guys bid on it. And what concerns me even more, for one, is, we are hooked up. I think some of these districts are hooked up to the Mini-Michoni project. And I think that we've always told our owners reps that they should work with our, we have a team that's called a tech team. And they are ones that kind of look out for these big projects like this. And I know they did work with a water maintenance program that's supposed to tell you if the water pressure is going to be good or if it's not going to be good. And I'll say for one, because I used to be director of that program, that I do know that. Did you guys reach out to them? Because you have to meet the specs of that program. You got to meet the specs of that water line, the Mini-Michoni project. So when you're saying that you found this out afterwards, it kind of concerns me that I don't know if you really fully did your homework on it, but you are the owner's rep of those 3 buildings. And I'm going to say that I just can't see us giving more money because, all the other districts, their buildings are up and they're moving. I know we had concerns with ours, but it is up and it's moving. They send us reports weekly to tell us what's being built inside of it. So I really do commend our owner's rep. And I'm not saying you're not doing that, Ms. Sekola, but you're the owner's rep. You should have been reaching out to these programs, especially the one with the Mini-Michoni project with the water line that goes through Porcupine, goes through Wounded Knee, and I just can't understand how they could have told you that. So,
right, but the infrastructure is really old. That's part of the issue.
Yeah,
so we have to do like a complete upgrade in Porcupine, and the structural issues with Wounded Knee really just came up in August. To be quite honest, we have been working with the departments of the tribe as closely as we can.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm just kind of concerned, how, we should have looked at all of that, and now it seems like some things were not really looked at, and now we have to go this other route. So I'm just concerned about that. Thank you.
We also, I just want to remind everybody too that we did bring this up in 2023 when we first got hired. We've every year we've talked about new market tax credit as an asset to bring to the community, even if we didn't need it. There was also things that we could have done to expand the site or get us a bigger building. There's a lot of things that we could utilize that money. So it was brought up even before we started down this path, and it's been brought up, for every year since. And so this is just the farthest that we've gotten in conversation with it. And again, it's really up to you. It's just, it doesn't have to happen. It's, we'll manage without it. But again, it's just a way to leverage more money to be able to get everything we had initially wanted without really needing anything, and then doing the infrastructure upgrades that were required by the building. And I'm sorry I did not know that before we started. I do feel like it's very difficult to, to have to accommodate for all of those things, not knowing it up front. And I know that isn't something you guys agree with, but that was really a challenge that I had to work through. And our team, and it's not just me, I have contractors, and I also have architects too that are also involved in a lot of these conversations.
Okay, I'm gonna cut you off there. I'm gonna let the attorney speak, respond.
Okay, I didn't receive the scope of work. I don't know if you guys did. And it has the fee in there. Okay.
That was presented in finance, and I can resend it to you.
Okay, I appreciate that. Steve did send me an initial draft, so I was looking at that. One of the changes that is being recommended from legal too is section 14.12, and that is on the, where the issues arise, what court it goes to. So Steve had stated removing some of the language in here regarding the U.S. District Court and the Nebraska District Court from this, and then also it says in here, or to the jurisdiction of any state court. So we want to remove that language from in this contract, and then Steve had read what he suggested was provided that nothing in this contract shall constitute a waiver of the sovereign immunity of the Oglala Sioux tribe. So that's the recommended change that is out there right now.
So finance had wanted it so no waiver and only to submit to like the Ogallala Tribal Court, and I have removed Nebraska, so that was in the draft. So Nebraska had been removed.
Okay, so this is the draft then that we have. We don't have a final document to look at here. So.
Okay, we're gonna move on to Councilwoman Spotted Bear and Councilman Londerman.
Thank you, President. And, I'm not sure why the secretary did not get you the completed document. The amendments that were made in finance to bring it to our tribal court. It was supposed to ensure that there was no waiving of sovereign immunity. Also, they're also waiving the fee that's associated. This is the first step, so it's to be presented, and then once they write their package up, it'll come back. So we are not obligating anything, or obligating ourselves to anything until they come back with the next step, and that's the package for the loans or whatever the finances are to be discussed, which will be at Finance Committee. So I want to hit on that earlier because everybody's looking, and I'm looking at this contract that's in here, and I'm not sure why the secretary does not have the updated contract, because that caused a lot of confusion here and probably prolonged this conversation. This is the first step.
And I apologize, I'm out of the office right now. I'm trying to find on my email, on my phone, the version, so I'm doing my best, but I just am not in the best place to resend that also.
And then also, everyone's asking why is Marguerite only focusing on the three? We have 3 owners reps. We have 3 owners reps, they're divided by the 9 districts. And so, in discussing with our walkthrough yesterday in our building, we recognize that maybe we want to sign on to the tax credit program as well, because there's a lot of things that the money did not pay for in these facilities, and we don't like what's being offered to us as it is now with our facility. With the money that we paid into it, we should be getting more out of it. And that is why this is the first step. And then the next step would be brought to finance in the package. And if you can further explain that, Ms. Sokola, what would be next? This is just approving them to create the financial packet for us to approve or deny.
Yeah, essentially it allows us to start looking for CDEs who would potentially fund it. And yeah, if we were successful in that, then we would move forward with the actual financing the deal. We'd bring on other counsel to represent the project. Novogradic, the accountants would come on. All the stakeholders would essentially come forward, the CDE, the bank, the accounting team, your legal team, our team, and then we'd work through, I guess, the nuances and the complexities of the deal, like how do we want to structure it. At that point, some of the language you're referencing would come up, but obviously we'd have, OST counsel there, or a legal representative from your team to make sure that we're kind of following your wishes and being in compliance with whatever standards the tribe has. And so yeah, it's really just kind of giving us permission to start exploring what's out there in terms of CDEs. And like I said, we work really closely with Travoy. You know, in previous years, we have talked to them about these projects, so they are aware of it. You know, they have been trying to prioritize or just give a spot for it. But again, there are lots of funders out there that we could, you know, shop these projects to, and essentially that's really what this initial phase is making sure we can even get interested parties to invest. And at that point, that's when we would, you know, if we could successfully receive funding, then we would kind of start structuring the deal and, you know, work on all the document gathering and then work towards closing, which typically takes about 6 months.
And I just want to say, at that point, we would approve or deny.
Yeah, so at that point, we would check in with you to make sure you were ultimately, you know, wanting to do this, and, you know, maybe talk a little bit more about the terms or how we structure the deal. But yeah, there is another checkpoint where we would come back to the tribe and be like, X, Y, and Z is interested or not interested. This is where we stand. Do we move forward or do we not move forward?
So basically, every step requires approval. They're not,
Yeah.
don't approve this today, and then they go off and go into a venture. So with the community development entity, they will bring it back for our approval. This allows them to start the process.
Yes, that's correct.
You finished, Councilwoman?
Oh, thank you, President, I am.
Councilman Longerin?
To respond to Mr. Kelly, no, I'm kidding. No, yeah, I'm not gonna go back and forth, but, you know, looking at the bigger picture here, you know, this new market tax credits, you know, thank you, Julianne, for kind of clarifying that, but I think there's a motion on the floor, Chair.
I understand that, but, you know, they do bring some questions here. That information should have been provided, so we'd be done with this issue, but it wasn't.
Yes,
This
I
is why
agree.
the questions came up. Councilman Dillon and Councilwoman Halverson.
Sure. Kept raising that.
I guess my issue's a little different, but our owner's rep, Mr. Richard Rangel, requested that we have an audit done on all of the dollars that's been spent on these projects so far. Because his concern was that if we don't keep track of this, the tribe's gonna get ripped off. And I see it happening now. And I think we should take a step back and do an audit. All of this money that's been spent, did we get our dollars worth, or are we getting screwed again? Because we have a habit of doing that. And so far today, what I've been hearing is a bailout for somebody who didn't do their homework. You know, it's no offense, I don't want to make anybody feel bad, but again, instead of working within their parameters, they want us to go someplace and get more money to finish a project that should have been finished by now. And so, if it takes a motion to have this audit done, I think we need to do that, to look out for the whole of the tribe. Because if we don't do it, down the road, we're going to be borrowing money to finish a project that should have been finished already. And so before we move on, I'm going to make that motion that we have an audit done on the expenditures of all the funds that have been spent so far on the 9 community buildings. That's my motion.
I'll hold your motion until we run this next one. Councilwoman Halverson?
I'll second Craig's motion. When we run it, after we come on, run another one.
Thank you. You know, as a tribal leader from Pass Creek District, I try not to overstep into other districts' initiatives that they bring forward to the council to ponder on for approval. However, I'm just not going to pass any proposed contract without the legal protecting our tribe and our tribe's sovereignty and inserting clauses into these proposals that we received. You know, for too long, we see a lot of contracts that just go through just say, there's a motion on the floor, let's vote on it. No, we have to think and we have to insert clauses into these to protect our tribe, to protect our districts. So it's not out of disrespect to the other districts on what's coming forward. It's just protecting our tribe and our districts. You know, during this time, I received a text message from a member at Wounded Knee who said, can you ask the project manager, well, they said, can you ask her, but referencing Marguerite, I don't know her name, the project manager on why their district materials are just sitting there. There's no building going up, the materials are just sitting there, and they're worried about how their materials are going to deteriorate, which also brings a concern is, I was under the impression that these funds had to be expended because they were COVID funds for these district buildings under a certain time frame, and if that building is not going up and there's no priority for that building to go up, why? All the other districts, you see their buildings going up. I mean, you know, there's progress. And there was a comment by the project manager saying she's been bringing this proposal to the tribe since year after year. Well, you've had years to get that building up, if that's the case, because you were given the funds for that building to go up. And if that building, the material are just sitting there, you know, that needs to be a priority. Let's get those buildings up a priority, just as the other project managers are going through. Thank you.
Councilman Steele.
You know, if anyone should be really upset, it's our district, because everyone's seen it. There's not one pool up, there's nothing, just a bunch of materials laying around, I mean, could get vandalized, whatever. When I brought it up, I kind of had a heated discussion with, you know, the owner's rep and the company that's, that was hired to get this going. But, you know, this is why I'm in favor of abolishing tribal government. Because ever since I was the chairman of our district, no matter what project we brought forward for our district, it always got killed here at the council. Our wants and our needs in our districts are different from each other. So whatever we bring here, you know, our wants and needs, we never get that support from the tribal council as a whole. That's why we never move forward at the district level, is because everything gets killed here. Look around us. You know, we have nothing for our people because we always kill it here. I understand we have concerns, which is valid, but we never take any risks with any of these projects that come forward. And now, when the big brother federal government cuts off our funding, we have nothing because we kill everything here. So, I don't know what to say anymore. It's just, these three districts are the only ones that are included in this deal here, no one else. And if we want this, then allow us to have it. If your district don't want it, that's fine. But please, don't kill our projects. And I understand what Craig's saying, but we're looking at it again in a negative way, and that's usually how it gets killed. You know, about the misspending or whatever, and not having enough money. You know, what if we just want to expand on what we have? That's the whole purpose of us going out and asking, was to expand on these projects. And you heard Julianne say they did a walkthrough and they want to expand. There's nothing wrong with that. But to just kill everything, you know, that's ridiculous. This tribe's never going to move forward. So let's just vote on it. If it dies, Mr. Chair. And if it don't, then, you know, at least our districts are going to, you know, go somewhere with these projects.
Okay, at this time, that he was the last speaker. Secretary, we're going to run the vote.
One quick thing on the resolution. Also, it says, therefore be resolved. This has nothing to do with Alpha 1 building project. It says, authorized to sign any documents necessary to effectuate the Alpha 1 building project funding. can we strip that out?
This contract, is this the right resolution to effectuate the contract?
Yep.
I also wanted to say if you're gonna approve this contract, you do it with the amendment to the court's jurisdiction and
That's
no
all in
way.
that contract.
That's what we.
It's all in that contract.
This is Georgette, if they are gonna approve it, the finance committee wanted a modification, and I had sent the red line, I'm trying to send the red line to you, so it's not just the jurisdictional question, but it's the payment of the 50,000. So, when I spoke with Marguerite, they were willing to take out that section because there was a escalating amount that was returned, and so you're not obligated to pay the 250,000 fee until so that, they only get all of that if it's funded, if you sign the loan. So there was a part I struck out in terms of graduating payment. So with those amendments, and Marguerite has a copy of that strikeout.
So it'll be no.
Secretary, call for the vote.
Okay. Jeremy Rosales. To approve the resolution for the project team contract with all the amendments.
That's just the consultation. Just put in the consult. Yeah.
Reeve Randall. Tyler Lunderman.
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston.
Yeah.
Blaine Little Thunder.
Good.
Troy Little.
Yes.
David Poyer.
Yes.
Craig Dillon.
No.
David Kelly.
No.
Jillian Spotted Bear.
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier.
No.
Richard Greenwald Sr.
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Sr.
Yes.
Lyle Weston.
No.
Bo Little White Man.
Yes.
Donald Gosper votes no. James Cross.
Yes.
Garfield Still.
Yep.
George Dreamer Jr. votes no. Anna Halverson.
No.
Eleven yes, 8 no, 1 not voting, motion carried.
Thank you, council.
Okay, we have one more. Okay, we got a motion by Councilman Dillon, second by Councilwoman Little Hawk Weston. Can you state your motion? Okay, we got the motion. Secretary, call for the vote.
And just for the record, the motion was to have an audit done on all expenditures on what's been spent so far on the 9 community buildings.
Yes.
Motion to table that.
After going around in circles.
And I second that.
And seconded by Sonia Little Hawk Weston. Jeremy Rosales.
Yes.
Reeve Randall. Tyler Lunderman.
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston. Blaine Little Thunder.
Good.
Troy Little.
Yes.
David Poyer.
Yes.
Craig Dillon.
Yes.
David Kelly.
Yes.
Jillian Spotted Bear.
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier.
Yes.
Richard Greenwald Sr.
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Sr.
Yes.
Lyle Weston.
Yes.
Bo Little White Man.
Yes.
Donner Gosper. James Cross, Garfield Still,
Yep.
George Dreamer Jr., Anna Halverson,
Yes.
Sixteen yes, 4 not voting, motion carried.
I got a question.
I think, the food is waiting.
Grab and eat.
Let's,
That last one, when we get our food and come back.
yeah.
Yeah, let's just keep working through our.
all right, so we're gonna break here and get our food and then we'll resume. Yeah.
15 minutes.
I'm gonna say 10 minutes.
Stay there, plates are coming through.
So go get your plates and, come back to it.
Yeah, you can take it to our
Just a reminder too that y'all's microphones are very sensitive,
That's what I heard.
so they can hear side conversations.
You can whisper.
Just don't fart.
I'm okay with that.
Everybody know who it is though.
Yeah, when that beeps up in the background.
I can make it sound like somebody else did it.
We're online now, but
Those vocals that guys been thinking David's been tearing them up. That was me. They were blaming Davey for God.
That one that just crawls up your spine.
We're coming back in after lunch at 2:04
Comes out his
p.m.
collar. Motion to approve that last one.
So we have the last item, which is OST EMBD resolution. Madam Secretary, can you read that, please?
Resolution of the Oglala Tribal Council of the Oglala Tribe approving the loan with First National Bank of Gordon for the Prairie Wind Casino. We skip down to the third whereas, on November 3rd, 2025, the Economic and Business Development Committee of the Tribal Council recommended approval. A loan with First National Bank of Gordon in the amount of $2,649,000 for the Prairie Wind Casino. And the committee referred the matter to a special session of the Tribal Council for its review and approval. Now therefore be it resolved that the Oglala Tribal Council hereby approves the loan with First National Bank of Gordon in the amount of $2,649,000 for the Prairie Wind Casino. And be it further resolved that the loan is to be used for fund operations, used to fund the operations of the Prairie Wind Casino, including the gaming and non-gaming operation, and is to be repaid by the Prairie Wind Casino. And be it further resolved that the Tribal Council authorizes the Tribal President, in his absence, the Tribal Vice President, and the Tribal Treasurer to sign all necessary loan documents for and on behalf of the tribe. And Ed Fagan, General Manager of the Prairie Wind Casino, is authorized to sign on behalf of the casino certification.
Motion.
Madam Secretary?
We have a motion by Councilman Steele. Go ahead, Steve.
The date of the committee meeting was November 7 in the final whereas clause. And after we drafted this, we did get a copy, a draft of the loan. So if you'd like, we can add a be it further resolved clause that says, be it further resolved that the loan has a 5-year term, an interest rate of 4.05%, and monthly payments of $48,844.61, the first of which is due in December 2025, and the loan is secured by a 60-month certificate of deposit in the tribe's name and the full amount of the loan. And I'll send that to you as a revised copy.
Thanks, Steve. Motion maker, is that okay with you to add that? Councilman Steele?
Yeah.
He said yes. Councilman Kelly, do you have a question?
yes, thank you. So, looking at the numbers, we're gonna be paying an interest of about $107,248 for 5 years, which equates up to about $536,000 and change in interest. Steve? Over $500,000 in interest on a $2.5 million loan roughly.
Are you asking if that's accurate, Councilman Kelly?
Yeah, I'm asking because it's not outlined in here.
Attorney Gunn, is that correct?
I have not run that schedule, but I can run it right now.
My second question while he's doing that, what are we mortgaging? Because if you read the promissory note on the second page at the very top, it talks about conform to any limitations of the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act.
Treasurer Diaz.
That's just generic language in the agreement. We're not mortgaging anything, nothing at all. We're getting a CD and DVD. We had this discussion about 10 times. So we went over what we were going to do. We were going to buy a $2.6 million CD, certificate of deposit, and that's going to be the collateral. That will be in the name of the tribe and be set aside for the duration of the loan. So there's no property being mortgaged.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Steve.
I want to answer Mr. Kelly's question, and it would be nice if Cora Whitehorse could confirm this, but if the loan amount is $2,649,000 over a term of 5 years with an interest rate of 4.05%, the total of 60 payments would be approximately $2.930709 million, with total interest of $281,709, more or less. That's what I'm calculating. So 60 payments. And again,
60 payments only ran at 59. So that's why I based it on 59 payments rather than the 60.
So 59 payments?
That's what it says in our.
Okay.
That doesn't say anything about first payment.
Well, they're doing that, Chair, you know, I got a follow-up question at the very page 3. From the bottom of Ogallala Sioux Tribe. That credit agreement must be in writing to be enforceable under Nebraska law.
She passed this on.
So, are any of our attorneys licensed to practice in Nebraska is basically the question.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Steve.
I am not licensed in Nebraska, but I have handled cases for the tribe in Nebraska using local counsel. And I do know of local counsel who would have to be engaged by the tribe and on the papers. And then if they move our admission, what they say, pro hoc vice, for the case, then we can practice. Otherwise, you would have to have an attorney that is licensed in Nebraska. I don't know if any of your in-house or contract attorneys are licensed in Nebraska.
Thank you, Steve.
Is there? No.
Treasurer?
The total amount of interest on this one after all 59 payments are made is $230,200.
Is that per year or for the 5 years?
For the 5 years.
Madam Treasurer,
Yeah.
does the loan have, does it call for 59 payments or 60 payments?
I thought it was 6.
It says both.
I thought it was 60 payments, but they're saying it was 59.
Highlighted them.
One second.
Thanks, Chair, on the.
Thank you. One second,
Oh, okay.
looking at the
It
contract.
said 59 payments of $48,944, and one final payment of $14,050.
Yep.
So $14,050. Would be a total of $244,700 in interest.
Councilman Allison?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask Steve where he's calculating his numbers, because if you take the loan, $2,649,000, times it by the 4.4 interest, you come up with $107,254.50 a year. And if you times that by 5 years, you come up at $536,272.50. With total interest for 5 years, but you're saying about half of that, so how are you calculating your figures?
Thank you. With every payment, part of the payment is applied to the principal and part of it is applied to interest. The part that's applied, the part that's applied to principal will reduce the principal amount of the loan. And so the interest that would be due is reduced. So it's not that we agree to pay 4.05% of the total loan amount each year for 5 years. We agree to pay 4.05% of the remaining loan balance as interest. So as the principal amount goes down, the amount of interest goes down. The payments remain the same. The monthly payments remain the same because they're amortized over the 5-year period. So in the first year, you're paying, a lot more in interest than you are in the 5th year. But this is just another way of approaching this. It's just based on amortization tables. Another way of approaching it is to take the 59 equal payments of $48,844.61, multiply that times 59, and then add the amount of the final payment, which is $14,000 plus or minus, and then subtract the principal amount of the loan. The remaining balance will represent the interest payment. And I think that's what the secretary did. The only difference in her numbers and mine is that I use 60 equal payments, but I think she's correct. The 60th payment is smaller.
Thank you.
Councilman Kelly?
So, I guess I'm after reading the document, I'm a little confused. Or is this the Oglala Sioux tribe that's going into further debt for the casino, or is this an agreement by the casino? Because if we look at the acknowledgement and regulation B, intent to apply for joint credit, by signing below, we acknowledge the intention to apply for joint credit on November 7, 2025. Joint being us and PWC. If Ed Fagan or the PWC doesn't work out, they default, does this lie right on the tribal council to fix? Are we gonna eat
Yes,
the
it
cost?
does.
Yes, it does. And the casino belongs to the tribe. And I don't know if you are on Airbnb, but the casino is in debt, serious debt. And we were given 2 options. 1, make a loan to pull it out, or 2, liquidate the property of the casino. That would put 100, and I think they got it down to 120 employees out of a job. So either we make the loan and allow the general manager to start trying to bring the casino back, or we don't make the loan and put 120 people out of jobs and close the casino. That's basically all it comes down to.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman Booster?
Thank you, Chair. This is a touchy subject because the day I came into office, I knew the casino was in trouble. But, we're here today, trying to get a loan. But my question is, I never got a clear answer on this. Why did the casino get that in debt anyways? And whose fault is it? Because I can never get a clear answer on that, and there's a lot of finger pointing, but I think we need to take a look at that issue too. Because that's just allowing people just to drain the casino and walk away free. I don't know if anybody's in trouble or not, but that's some serious debt out there.
It was neglect on the part of prior GMs. There's no nice way to put it. They didn't pay their bills, and now we're stuck with them. So either we're going to pay the bills, or we're not and close. It's simple. But it comes from neglect. They took machines out of Eastland Casino because Prairie Wind didn't pay their bill. Even though they took the money from Eastland and put it in their coffers. So it's really up to you guys whether you want it to move or close.
You good, Councilman? Okay, Councilman Greenwald and Councilwoman Swager.
So, along the same lines, like Mr. Wilsbere's talking, is what reassurances do we have that our casino's even going to make money, even to make payroll? Because it seemed like that was an issue, is being able to make payroll. And then continue to pay its bills and pay for the bank loan. We could say, if I vote no, that I'm going to be the guy that causes all these people to lose their jobs, but at what point is that casino, because we all know the hotel's crumbling, at what point, are we, my thing is EMBD and finance, what is our alternative? Where are some alternative sites or fixes to address this with this big new casino on the Panhandle coming? Those are real serious questions, and do I put our tribe in further debt? Because that's a big issue with the people, is you guys keep on getting loans, and we're stuck paying for them in years down the road. Those are my questions.
At the last ENBD meeting, the GM, Mr. Bacon, he did bring a spending plan. Here it is. He did bring a spending plan on how he will bring up the profit. It does include a few cuts, but not of people, it's cuts of hours. And his current staff is willing to take the cuts of hours until they can bring in more business to carry them. Because it's better to have a part-time job than no job. So he had a whole spending plan that he passed out at the last ENBD meeting that I think it would behoove all of you to look at.
The bottom is where it is 1.7.
Steve?
Thank you. And to the question of who's on the loan and who's responsible for the loan, both the tribe and the casino, the way the loan is structured, both the tribe and the casino would sign the loan. The loan is secured by a certificate of deposit, which is provided by the tribe. So the tribe is the only party signing the security agreement. And I don't know if the treasurer purchased the certificate of deposit yet, but that would be a certificate of deposit in the full amount of the loan, so $2,649,000. And the bank would essentially place a hold on that money until the loan is repaid. If a payment is missed, then the bank would have the ability to take the debt from the certificate of deposit. It's essentially a loan that's secured by the CD.
Thanks, Steve. Councilman Greenwald, do you have anything else? Councilman Swadbeck, Councilman Cross, and Councilman Sue.
Thank you. The question is for the treasurer. If this is not approved, do we have enough to make up for unemployment payments? Can you answer that on the record?
The casino doesn't, so that would fall back on the tribe too.
Thank you. Also, I just want to remind the committee, for those that were not there or have not been there, there have been attempts to utilize our SSB CI program that would have made this loan a little bit smaller, not by much, but it would have made it smaller, making the interest and the payback not so large either. And essentially, we could have been paying ourselves back with interest. However, that was something that didn't get completed. I just want to remind the committee of that there were several attempts, because initially I was against making a loan. I don't like the idea of making any loans at all for our tribe. But there was no way other than there has been a lot of negligence that have happened out there. And I know that, some don't like to hear it, but I always say that we have to take some onus and a lot of these responsibilities. When the casino makes any type of revenue, what does the council do? Give us that money so we can get it out to allocations. We don't allow for a buildup. But maybe that's something that could be discussed later down the line. Those are some things that we can talk about and how we're going to take care of our districts. Thank you.
Treasurer, do we know how much that unemployment would be?
No, I don't.
No, she doesn't. That's your answer. Thank you. So we have Councilman Cross and Councilman Sue.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I was going to second Mr. Steele's motion, but we've had this discussion for almost 3 months, I would say. I know there's a couple of councilors I don't sit on the committee and have these questions, valid questions. But we've discussed this, and we looked at options on how to save our casino. The tribe is responsible for a lot of this. Not only not paying bills by the previous GMs, but us guys taking loans for utilities. I don't know if our power money comes out of there, but we've tapped into that cash cow out there, and we're just as responsible, the Lawsuit Tribe. My recommendation is that if this loan goes through, that we as legislators step away from that, let it operate as a business. Because if we start getting involved, we're not going to get anywhere. It's not going to. We have to allow the GM to do what he's getting paid for, and not micromanage that, because that's why we can't be successful in that, especially that casino, the business part of it. So that would be my recommendation to tribal council. So anyway, I just want to say that now. I know like I said, I know we talked about this over and over and over, so thank you.
Thank you. We have a second by Councilman Cross. Steve, I see your hand, but we have a couple councilmen, and that was just a second by Councilman Cross, so I'm going to leave you to the end. So we have Councilman Still and Councilman Congressman.
Yeah, back in 2005, when I first came into office, the tribe was in debt big time because it mismanaged a lot of money. Yo money, and some BIA restricted accounts. And we had to make an $18 million loan from Shakopee. And that was something that I wasn't a part of, but, as a decision maker there, we had to decide how to carry forward with the tribe. So, I mean, decisions are tough. So, I don't think the blame's on anyone new coming into this administration, but it is poor leadership. And that's on us for putting those types of individuals in there to oversee that. But to say that the tribe should stick its, to not put our hands in the cookie jar, the only money that the tribe ever takes out of there is just for the allocations, and that's for our districts. If there's any other type of money we get from there, let me know, because I haven't seen anything other than the allocations. I do know that if we, Cora, how long can we float as is without a loan? So we're pretty much like shut the doors today? That's where we're at?
We can't operate. Their account is negative, and payroll, we have payroll to do, and we won't be able to operate. And the new GM, Mr. Bagan, said if we can't make the loan, then I'll help you make a plan to liquidate. Which basically means close the doors. So at least to bring our accounts positive. Otherwise, the tribe will have to cover that too.
So, but there's no guarantee that we make the loan that this business will flourish because of other opportunities in Nebraska and surrounding areas, right?
What business has the guarantee?
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
And then we go further in debt, and then we have individuals lose their jobs, and as it is, have no food stamps, SNAP benefits. I mean, it's tough. So we're probably going to make it harder on our people if we don't make the loan, right? Family-wise, people that have families that work out there.
Right.
Thank you.
Councilman Hutchinson?
Thank you. It's a misconception out there that tribal casinos are what flourish tribes. And I see a lot of negativity, especially what we went through with the SNAP shutdown, with the misconception out there that people are like, why aren't you guys getting into your casino funding, casino monies to help your people? They don't realize that the Oglala tribe, our casino is in the middle of nowhere, and it's challenging to keep that casino operating, not only for jobs, but for funding to our tribe. And it's easy to point fingers everywhere, but ourselves, people, we know what the shortfalls were in that casino for a very long time. And it was up to us to try to come up with a solution years ago as it went on its downfall, and now with the hotel shut down and the talks of the casino shut down. But we're entrusted as tribal representatives with the oversight to ensure that brings funding to our tribe. With this new general manager that's in there, I hope that he could complete a financial audit to show what we could do to recover our casino so that it flourishes once again, so we're able to help our districts out. So we're able to give our district executive boards and our districts out their funding, because right now they have nothing. And, it's hard to support another loan, but when you see that it's something that's gonna hopefully impact our tribe in a positive direction, I have no choice but to support that initiative, because that is a lot of jobs. That's That's a lot of people's livelihood out there that depend on this casino. And this new general manager, he's come up with a plan, he's come up with so many solutions. You know, I'm not on Economic Business Development Committee. I haven't even had the chance to be introduced to the general manager, but just by listening to and seeing all of his plans on paper on how to recover that casino to flourish, gives me a hope that, and all I could say is, if the general manager is listening, can we get our bingo back? Thank you.
Councilman Samuel?
I think we need to just learn from our mistakes. You know, the progression of the casino has got to be monitored every month, and if we're on a downhill slide, we can't be sitting in here in a year and 2 months taking out another loan. Because I guarantee I'll be looking around this room, I won't see any of you guys in here. A lot of you won't be coming back here. But no, we need to get this vote going and we'll get on the road.
Let's go run it.
Through the last comment, we still have a motion and a second on the floor. Seeing no other, oh yeah, I forgot about Steve. Go ahead, Steve.
Just wanted to, again, let the council know that the first payment is about $49,000 and it will be due in December. And according to the first draft of the loan documents, it will be due December 7th. So, certificate of deposit in the full amount of the loan, which is in the tribe's name alone. And the bank would have the right to seize funds to cover any defaulted debt from that CD.
Thanks, Steve. I have one more question from Councilman Loser.
Cora, are we gonna be able to make that payment like that? I mean, do you think we should try to work with the bank to lower it? Because that's a 48,000, I don't think we'll be able to do that for like the first couple of months. 49,000.
That was actually the agreement that the general manager wanted to make because it was the lowest option. She suggested quarterly or biannually at the bank, but that allows a bigger principal balance, so it makes the interest higher. So the GM requested that we be able to do monthly payments.
Well, I guess apparently you must have it worked out where you could pay it, you know, the first couple of months. Just a little bit worried about the first couple of months.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Hopefully no one hits a jackpot.
Going once, any other questions? Okay. We have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary, can you call vote, please?
Jeremy Rosales.
Yes.
B. Frando.
Yes.
Tyler Lunderman.
This is to approve, right? Yes.
Blaine Little Thunder.
Good.
Troy Little.
That's what we've been talking about all this time, right?
David Poyer.
Yes.
Craig Dillon.
Yes.
David Kelly.
No.
Jillian Spotted Bear.
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier.
Yes.
Richard Greenwald Sr.
No.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Sr.
Yes.
Lyle Weston.
Yes.
Bo Little White Man. Donald Gosper.
Yes.
James Cross.
Yes.
Garfield Still.
Yep.
George Dreamer Jr.
Yes.
Anna Halverson.
I guess, yes.
Council, that motion passes 16 yes, 2 no, 1 not voting.
Mr. Adjourned.
We have a motion adjourned by Councilman Poyer. We have a second by Councilman Sanders, Soldier, and Lunderman. When Councilwoman Spotted Bear has a question, I believe, or a comment.
It's just a comment. I just want to remind the committee that we did make the motion to enter into the lawsuit against Kelshi, and that's under that online gaming. So just want to make you all aware of that as well.
Okay, we have a motion to adjourn and a second. Madam Secretary, can you call the vote to adjourn, please?
Jeremy Rosales.
Yes.
B. Frandl.
Yes.
Tyler Lunderman.
Yes.
Blaine Little Thunder.
Good.
Troy Little.
Yes.
David Poyer.
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
David Kelly,
Yes.
Jillian Spotted Bear,
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald
Yes.
Sr., Ryan Jumping Eagle Sr.,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man, Donner Bothberg,
Yes.
James Cross, Garfield Still, George Dreamer Jr., Anna Halverson,
Council, motion to adjourn passes 17 yes, 2 not voting, will adjourn at 2:39, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
All right, adjourn 2:39.